different ways, different trails, all different ways of experiencing. Different ways of experiencing this incredible state.
Within the site is an explore map designed with specific filters to help pick the most suitable and safe trail for your ability.
We're encouraging people to jump online, jump on the Trails WA site, make sure that they think about where they want to go, what experience they want to have, and they can explore within Perth metropolitan area for trails or wander out yonder into regional Western Australia.
And if you're searching for inspiration, there are plenty of options on the Trails WA website, encouraging you to get out and explore our beautiful state.
What you need to know come tax time if you're starting a side hustle to top up your earnings. Expert advice next. Subiaco a bloom. What's on with Shirley Biggs? And later, from our favourite Aussie Christmas songs playlist to the silver screen. Daycare busing.
Old weapons, only had a short.
Her family 30 in Melbourne has
hospital stab panty for trial that was based the which 4 separate
community Chappelle
over 2 huge areas.
It's at Maynard from Carbon Group joins us this evening. Costs and shopping costs on the at Woolworths will be given body cameras to wear. With mortgages, bills and shopping costs on the rise, many people are turning to side hustles. Bills. With mortgages, bills and shopping costs on the rise, many people are turning to side hustles and second, even third jobs to help cover costs. But what do you need to know at the end of the financial year to make sure that you don't get hit with a big tax bill? Michelle Maynard from Carbon Group joins us this evening. Hi, Michelle. What are the tax consequences of having a second job or even a side hustle?
The tax consequences are it's taxable. The ATO wants to know about it and they're going to look at it for every dollar of job.
Okay, what about
and go to the ATO?
The ATO?
Be a quick make act.
It's so beautiful.
Thank you. Be expecting you to include side hustle side. Quickly make money. Australia act as accountants done at a higher value.
It has been good to spend Sunday, Sherry. What do you have planned?
Well, Mon, if you've forgotten to buy Mum flowers, don't worry about it. You can just take her to Subi Blooms. There are so many amazing, beautiful floral installations dotted around Subi. A nice Mother's Day picnic. There'll be one at heritage-listed Cockman House with a free guided tour in Pacamampa. This includes 2 tickets to the Mother's Day high teas. What else coming up? Still called.
Out first time and about a rare flesh-eating disease. Let's stay with the night sky in Perth. It's currently 18 degrees. A new warning this evening about a rare flesh-eating disease in Melbourne. The Buruli ulcer is being identified in the city's suburbs for the first time, and there are fears it could travel west.
The Buruli ulcer is a rare skin condition that's now spread into more suburbs in Melbourne's north. For the first time, cases of the flesh-destroying condition have been detected in Pascoe Vale and Strathmore.
It's been a big surprise to find it now in suburbs really much closer to the centre of Melbourne.
Victoria's Deputy Chief Health Officer of Communicable Disease says cases of the bacterial ulcer used to be confined to coastal areas, but now it has made its way into metropolitan Melbourne. 39 Victorians have been treated so far this year.
So about 77% have actually been in metropolitan Melbourne. That's pretty unusual.
The mode of transmission from wildlife to humans is still being investigated, but scientists believe mosquitoes and possums play a role. When the bacterium gets under the skin, it secretes a toxin that kills skin cells. It usually starts as a small spot that looks like a mosquito bite. The spot then grows bigger over days and weeks, developing into a wound that won't heal.
The ulcer can enlarge over weeks to months, and we know that it can take months to heal.
Health experts say there's no reason to panic, but if you do have a skin lesion or lump that doesn't seem to heal, see your doctor and ask them for a specific Buruli ulcer test.
The European Union has proposed some of it aimed at washing into water. Car was of whipping up a new super skyscraper right before our very eyes. Car was from the lagoon late last night. Sydney seems to have made an art form of built buildings High Line. Despite requesting to respectfully bow out of contention, country singer Don Wright did Kelly's iconic develop on whether it'll release. I believe he's only 2 sets a reading challenge for WA kids. Then Shirley Big bring up Michael Thompson for a look ahead to the news at 6.
Thanks, Monica. Tonight on 9 News, doctors fear WA is headed for a second COVID wave, but will our hospitals cope? Plus, why won't do the news?
Challenges be required. The challenge is complete. They'll be eligible for prizes.
The Premier's Reading Challenge has been something that encourages young people to read the system.
Dollars in funding for new phonics programs for year ones in state schools.
It really is the building block for literacy, and we want to make sure that in year one all public students are able to access a evidence-based program.
The extra money will be allocated in the upcoming budget, which will be unveiled next week. Now here's a good boy. Zeus, the American Great Dane from Texas, is the scale. A reminder, we are on 5 p.m.
Fantastic in whether it's for a couple phone in the
on your weather forecast.
It's now 5:30 and we're live across Western Australia.
You need to get away. On your weather forecast.
By farmers across by the
Upbrook states for meal but they've now and industry is in decline. I would be too.
This would be frankly a kick in the guts for the sheep farmers who have done the right thing. They've reacted to previous events.
Industry for in the WA government on what Labor said a timeline. Any ministers, but we are not
official economics by this.
They think that they will really see this as
WA's right. WA's has recorded its highest number of daily COVID infection since the pandemic began, breaking through the predicted peak of 10,000 local cases. On Monday, cases were peaking at just under 6,000 before jumping by around 2,000 per day. But the number of people in hospital with COVID COVID remains fairly steady. There were 240 on Monday and 271 last night. The Premier says these numbers are actually lower than expected. These numbers are. The Premier says these numbers are actually lower than expected.
They're much less than was predicted in the modelling some months ago, and the ICU and the hospitalisation rates are significantly less than what was predicted.
Labor MP Madeleine King.
Two more water pipes. Two more water pipes were missed. Two more water pipes. Two more water pipes have burst in Miramar in Albany, close to Sleeman Avenue's horrific landslide. Yesterday, one burst outside a home on Wakefield Avenue, 100 metres from the land slippage area, while another burst 200 metres away on Drew Lane, flooding a resident's garage. In July last year, heavy rain and a burst water pipe on Sleeman Avenue are believed to have caused the catastrophic landslide there. Residents in the area say they're worried more homes will be lost if pipes keep bursting. The jury in the case of a Geraldton man accused of a hit and run which left a cyclist paralysed have retired to consider their verdict. Paul Stewart Meadowcroft is accused of deliberately driving into German cyclist Steve Zimmerman on April the 1st last year after they had a confrontation at a Geraldton roundabout over who had the right of way. Shortly afterwards, Mr Meadowcroft's ute crashed into the cyclist, leaving him paralysed. The defendant says
they will get
it
more
was
votes out
an
of announcing
accident.
the demise of this industry.
The state government been accused of being all talk and the state government has been accused of being all talk and no action over long-awaited upgrades at Geraldton Health Campus. It comes as the Health Minister announced extra funding for the project, which has seen costs blow out to almost $123 million.
It was a Labor election promise in 2017, a $73.3 million revamp of the Geraldton Health Campus. The plans including an expanded emergency department, new intensive care unit and new integrated mental health service. Yesterday, the Health Minister announcing an extra $49.4 million for the project after tenders came in significantly over budget.
Construction costs are high. Construction costs are high. Labour is short. This region in particular is really feeling that pinch. Not only have you got the sort of double whammy of COVID, you've also got the rebuild required after Cyclone Seroja. It's a demonstration of our commitment to this project that we are prepared to put the money on the table and make sure that this project can go ahead.
The project was set to be completed by this year, but was pushed back to 2024.
To my knowledge, in 5 years, since
4.
to my knowledge in 5
24.
to my knowledge in 5 years since 2017 when they won the election. They have built a very nice car park, to be fair, at the Geraldton Health campus, and nothing else.
And a contract still hasn't been awarded for the next stage of the project.
It's taken some time to work. Through availability of building companies to be able to deliver a project of this scale and in a timely manner.
But the Health Minister expects those works to start this year.
I would expect those works to be starting this year, but as I said, the money's in the budget, we'll be awarding a contractor and then they'll be able to start works.
This week's announcement is good news. For the Geraldton and Midwest communities. It's good news for the Geraldton Hospital, assuming it gets done. 16 announcements, all talk, no action over the last 5 years.
Brianna in Ferreira, GWN 7 News.
Emergency crews in Albany close.
GWN 7 News.
Emergency crews have spent the afternoon battling a bushfire believed to have been deliberately lit in Bunbury South. The fire was reported at 1:40 this afternoon near the intersection of Bustle Highway and Washington Avenue in College Grove. The City of Bunbury says the Southwest Sports Centre was safely evacuated and that it will stay closed until at least tomorrow morning. A bushfire watch and act is currently in place for people in southern parts of Withers. Let's take a look now at your weather, and Shauna, all very seasonal.
Put the money on the table and make sure that this project can go ahead.
The project was
today.
Thanks, Noel. Yes, dry and sunny, have 7 degrees.
Great people.
You need
Exact. The bonds who's also a shy for free. Magnet landlord who's also a Shire councillor has been hit with a court bill of more than $2,000 after failing to lodge bonds with the bonds administrator. Ian Black pleaded guilty to 7 charges of breaching the Residential Tenancies Act. The bonds were collected for free. 7+. Stupid. Mount Magnet Mount Magnet landlord who's also a Shire councillor. A councillor has been hit with a court bill of more than $2,000. More than $2,000 after failing to lodge bonds with the bonds administrator. Ian Black pleaded guilty to 7 charges. Administrator. Ian Black pleaded guilty to 7 charges of breaching the Residential Tenancies Act. The bonds were collected between January 19 and January 20, relating to 6 properties owned by Mr. Black in the Mount Magnet area. Mr. Black was fined $1,000 and ordered to pay costs of more than $1,000 by the Perth magistrate. $1,000 by the Perth Magistrates Court. Taste Great Southern is back for another year, showcasing the best the region has to offer. Local produce and seafood are the highlights of this year's event, with a special dinner showcasing seafood pulled straight from the ocean today.
Sand crabs, scallops and sardines. These are just some of the fresh seafood items you'll find on the menu tomorrow night to kick off Taste Great Southern.
Celebration of food, wine. Tourism, the South Coast, putting all those together, it's just an amazing presentation. Tomorrow night's
event.
It's special that it really...
Accommodation options and information on wheelchair access.
The thing about this website really is that it's
spectacular scenery.
Stinging nature lovers.
Little things to go along with this. Holden, GWN 7 News.
A new website is bringing nature lovers closer to WA's world-class trail network. More than 800 trails across the state are now on display, with country towns told to prepare for a big tourism boom.
A one-stop shop for nature lovers, offering access to some of WA's most spectacular scenery.
We want Western Australia. We want Western Australians to just realise how special this place is, and how important it is that they get and how place is, and how important it is that they get out. How important it is that they get out. Important it is that they get out. Taste it, smell it, live it.
Trails WA launching its new website today, featuring more than 800 trails from across the state.
Collie, towns like Dwellingup, and then of course we go further out into areas further north into the Pilbara, Kimberley and down the Great Southern and in the Midwest and the Goldfields.
The website includes downloadable maps that can be accessed offline, with information and history about each trail, as well as food and accommodation options and information on wheelchair access.
The thing about this website really is that it's about experiencing the incredible outdoors of Western Australia safely and also sustainably. How do we enjoy those spaces without damaging them?
Including bushwalking, mountain biking, trail running and water trails, through to food and wine trails, all part of the state government's $21 million and wine trails, all part of the state government's $21 million boost for the trail industry as part of our COVID recovery plan.
Now, of course, we are welcoming back in huge numbers tourists from interstate and now internationally, and we want to share the great stories of this place with the visitors and with our people who live here.
Offering a unique view of WA at the touch of your fingertips. Tom Marlowe, GWN 7 News.
Hip-hop artists are teaching young people in Kununurra how to write and produce their own hip-hop songs to be released on Spotify next month. The program has been praised for supporting emotional well-being and mental health.
Young folk in Kununurra are in the middle of producing their own songs with Perth hip-hop artists Optimus and Flaunt.
Make yourself proud. Yeah, you got it. All right, let's record.
This is a community-driven program funded by 4 local organisations and made possible by local Mirrawong woman Nola Davy-Newry. She co-designed the program to help local youth with self-expression and get them more involved in the community.
I just see so many of our young people in town that I just feel need to have a voice. I don't really feel that there's enough appropriate programs that are really like tackling the issues that our kids sort of are going through or giving them opportunities to really express themselves.
A culture keeps connected from our old people. That's where respect is.
Flaunt's aim is to empower the youth by helping them tell their own stories through music.
I guess just give the kids a sense of ownership over something artistic, and that sort of being an empowering thing.
And it's been popular, with 50 young people taking part over the last 10 days.
There's a lot of talented young people here that have something to say and a voice to be heard.
That's perfect. We're going to do one more. We're going to do one more for good measure, okay?
And to see these young people walking in and say, yo, I want to write a song, and, you know, they already have their themes. They're singing about really positive things for their health and for themselves and for their lifestyle. So, and that's really encouraging.
Put your hands up. Turn around. Yeah, all right, we'll do it once more again and we'll record it.
And Nola believes that community-driven programs like this one can help prevent crime.
Really need to look at what the root causes are and why young people are lashing out in this way. And I really feel that designing and delivering programs that are specifically tailored to our young people's needs is where we're going to create change.
Vicky Burak, GWN 7 News.
The state government has announced it'll dish out $12 million over 4 years for a seismic survey. The state government has announced it'll dish out $12 million over 4 years for a seismic survey, which will search for minerals deeper than most existing deposits. The government says the subsurface imaging program will deploy 165 seismometers in a grid pattern at 40-kilometre intervals, providing valuable insights into the state's mineral deposits. Seismometers will be relocated annually, with the entire state being mapped over 10 years. Mines and Petroleum Minister Bill Johnson says data from the survey will drive further exploration of battery and other critical minerals. Coming up in sport, another COVID.
Over something artistic, and that sort of being an empowering thing.
And it's been popular, with 50 young people taking part over the last 10 days.
There's a lot of
Out again, Anthony Albanese in a fresh blunder.
Here in Claremont, the 12-year-old was trying to cross at the intersection.
Maria.
At Apia,
Out again, Anthony Albanese in a fresh blunder in the final weeks.
COVID. Not necessarily. It is.
The government.
COVID.
Bill Thompson.
Doctors. Good evening, doctors. FIA WA is headed for a second. FIA WA is headed for a second COVID wave with daily cases topping 10,000 for the first time. But the Premier says there's no need to worry as an infected Eagles team forges ahead without their coach.
The Premier received a rock star welcome at a Balga primary school today. But our COVID numbers were no cause for celebration.
Overnight we have 10. Overnight we have 10. Overnight we have 10,000. Overnight we have 10,182 new cases.
The highest number WA has seen a week after almost all restrictions were dropped.
This is what occurs when you reduce restrictions when the pandemic is in the plateau phase. WA now has the honour of having the most number of cases per head of population per day of any state or territory in Australia.
The number of people in hospital also The number of people in hospital also climbing to a new high of 271, with 9 in ICU.
We've seen a 12% increase in hospitalisations in 24 hours. If that figure started to go strain,
some of them
on the medical system.
The hospitalisation rates, of course, are also people who are admitted with COVID. Some of them aren't admitted for COVID. Some of them aren't admitted for COVID. So perhaps the best measure is the intensive care admissions, which is way less than what was predicted.
But deaths are higher than predicted. 6 more reported today, taking the total for this Omicron wave to 157. The government's modelling predicted there'd be 129 in the first 6 months of this year.
It is a soft landing. You've got to remember, sadly, the deaths include people who passed away with COVID, not necessarily from COVID.
The Premier confident our health system can cope and restrictions were eased at the right time.
At some point in time, you have to remove restrictions, and it was basically based upon the high levels of vaccination.
West Coast forced to use top-up players for the second time this season. 8 Eagles out due to COVID protocols, plus coach Adam Simpson. Matthew Knight's taking the reins for Saturday night's game in Brisbane, which he supports going ahead, despite some asking whether it'll be a fair match.
Quite unique. I've never seen anything like that. Quite unique.
It'll be a fair match. Whether
want to get your hands on that spirit of little
despite
things.
some asking whether it'll be a fair match.
Quite unique. I've never seen anything like that. Quite unique. I've never seen quite unique. I've never seen anything like that.
It'll be a fair match. Fair match. Asking whether it'll be ahead, despite some asking whether it'll be a fair match.
Quite unique. I've never seen anything like that. This. I've never seen anything like this, but we're good to go.
And Natalia Cooper, doctors are concerned the worst is yet to come.
Michael, they also admit it's hard to predict. If we look to other states, when New South Wales and Victoria dropped a restriction to predict, also admit
are concerned. And Natalia Cooper, doctors are concerned. Cooper doctors are concerned the worst is yet to come.
Michael, they also admit it's hard to predict. If we look to other states, when New South Wales and Victoria dropped restrictions, cases did rise, but not to the extreme peaks that we saw earlier in the year. On the other hand, South Australia and Tasmania's second waves did go higher, with increases of up to 11%. But we are told the important number is hospitalisations, and for now they are below predictions. Michael?
Which is good news. Natalia, thank you. Anthony Albanese's candidate. Anthony Albanese's campaign has been rocked by a fresh blunder when he failed to remember the key points of one of his policies. But the Prime Minister was also feeling the heat over the threat from independents.
Caught short on detail again.
What are the 6 points?
The 6 points are what we will do. What we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten.
Quizzed on a 6-point fix for the National Disability Insurance.
What we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten.
Quizzed on a 6-point fix for the National Disability Insurance Scheme that the opposition leader was touting yesterday. He floundered after the first point.
We will put people at the centre of the NDIS. Centre of the NDIS.
Mark. 6 points of your policy, Mr. Albanese.
We will put people at the centre of the NDIS. All of our programs are based upon that.
Moments later, an advisor handed Anthony Albanese a folder.
On the NDIS.
So you've just been handed.
It's to defend and fix the NDIS, lifting. It's to defend and fix the NDIS, lifting. Fix the defend and fix the NDIS. Lifting the NDIA staffing cap, doubling existing funding for advocacy, fixing regional access and stopping waste.
In 2013, a lowly Liberal candidate for a Sydney seat, James Diaz,
The key point will be stopping the boats. We're safe to do so.
Since his I'll
copy to here. Albo can supplement.
Country that they send through to people all.
The opposition leader began on day one of this campaign when asked about the Reserve Bank cash rate and the unemployment rate. Over Scott Morrison's campaign as he treated as to be a seat of moderate
around the country.
Moderate Liberals are facing threats from independents.
In this seat right here, and all the seats I'm visiting,
facing threats from independents.
In this seat right here, and all right here.
Independence.
In this seat right here.
Independence.
In this seat.
From independence.
In this seat right here, and all the seats I'm visiting around the country, I'm particularly focused on the contest that is happening between your two alternatives for government.
But a third alternative, well-funded independence, now poses a real threat in once safe Liberal seats. Anthony Albanese can't afford any more own goals. Otherwise, he risks providing the performance art that entrenches the view that the coalition wants the public to have against him, that he is unready, that he can't be Prime Minister because he poses a risk. We're now at the pointy end of this campaign. Polls actually open on Monday, and all public polling shows that the Labor Party is headed towards a narrow victory. Yet his troops are concerned about these missteps and that he risks handing Scott Morrison a second miracle victory.
A teenager has confessed to plotting to kill her teacher and stabbed decades behind bars.
Michael, the schoolgirl has alleged you to guilt.
He is now fighting for unresponsive in
guilty. Will face trial next month. Michael.
Ezra, thank you. A toddler found unresponsive inside a childcare minibus is tonight breathing on her across the road.
Here in Claremont and Lisa.
Say the 42-year-old didn't city with one driver's dangerous coming to a crashing end in Tudor. Officers say the 42 didn't stop when they tried to pull the stolen Nissan Maxima chased through Carlisle and Belmont before losing control around about at about 9:30 last night. Now later, 24-year-old was arrested after a pursuit through Marmion to dodge police by pulling into a driveway. Desperate but last stand against the invading forces, Ukrainian shouting to head overseas to help with the investigation. President Joe Biden has taken at risk.
Identifying herself as a 36-year-old Amber Heard excessive jury news.
A controversial plan to ban live sheep export has $1 million. Government has pledged to apply to cattle. Shirley Biggs has your weather details.
On the chilly side, we've said they're warming up here in Perth.
Millions of musk dredging and overfishing. Marine scientists are on a mission. Marine scientists are on a mission to restore Mandra's once thriving mussel reefs. Shellfish are the building blocks to a flourishing underwater world, but dredging and overfishing has driven them to the brink of extinction.
They might make a tasty meal, but these unassuming organisms are crucial to keeping our waterways healthy. The shellfish crucial to keeping our waterways healthy. To keeping organisms are crucial to keeping our waterways healthy.
The shellfish are kind of like the kidneys.
Our waterways healthy.
The shellfish are kind of like the kidneys.
Is healthy.
The shellfish are kind of like the kidneys of the estuary, so they filter kind of like the kidneys of the estuary, so they filter the water. So they kidneys of the estuary, so they filter the water, and so they really play a major role in addressing kind of water quality.
One mussel can filter a bathtub worth in a single day, and marine scientists are now harnessing their cleaning power, building two shellfish reefs in the Mandurah estuary. It's one of 13 restoration restoration projects across the country. The rocky reefs created by dropping 360 tonnes of limestone on the estuary floor before divers carefully seed 2 million blue mussels, leaving them to work their magic.
We'll start to see changes in the fish fauna that are aggregated there probably in the first 6 months or so, and then over time it will just change as it develops and the reef gets more complex.
Together they'll cover about 600 square metres, one built at Cox Bay, the other off Warringup Spring Reserve. If successful, there'll be full reserve. If Spring Reserve off Warringup Spring Reserve off Warringup Spring off Warringup Spring Reserve Spring Reserve off Warringup Spring Reserve. If successful, there'll be Spring Reserve. If successful, there'll be more to follow.
Later in the year, we'll be looking at establishing upwards of 2,000 square metres of reef habitat here.
Shellfish reefs were once abundant throughout waterways like this one, but have been largely wiped out since European settlement, making them Australia's most threatened marine ecosystem. But this may just bring them back from the brink. Louise Rennie. Nine News.
Police are tonight hunting a gang of thieves who smashed into Goffell Road in a Melbourne apartment block, stabbing friend.
Who left then night stab
Nights in the aisle over toilet paper to assaults and abuse. Nights are turning to drastic.
large amount stains the ground. Lana Murphy, 9 News.
Australian retailers are turning to drastic options to protect their workers after seeing incidents jump since COVID, from fights in the aisle over toilet paper to assaults and abuse of staff. Target is now trialling body cams for team members in several stores across the country. Follows a similar move by Woolworths after it reported a doubling of in-store assaults. Mark McGowan has.
Behind her.
Mark McGowan has launched his Premier's Reading Challenge, encouraging children of all ages to turn the pages of at least education years. A portrait of a New Zealand entertainer, comedian.
I've heard this. I'll take
In Australia, it was NAB's turn to report finance and
in the comment. And woman, Mike Dalton, 9 News.
To finance and global interest rates continue to spike overnight with a major rise in the US. Meanwhile, in Australia, it was NAB's turn to report a multi-billion-dollar profit. Here's business reporter Chris Kohler.
Reserve first 4 and 50.
Nuva. Includes hundreds of Sikh. It's now easier. It's now easier than ever before to visit WA's great outdoors with a new website helping explorers navigate adventure tracks. The free service includes hundreds of secret spots from bushwalks, water trails and food and wine.
It's often the best way to see our state, walking into the grandeur of Karijini or exploring the greenery of the southwest.
These things make this place Western Australia magic.
And now there's an easier way to know where to go. An online guide, Trails WA. It sets out more than 800 tracks that you can walk on, ride on, and even more.
It's everything from paddle trails to equestrian trails. To equestrian trails, food and wine trails, all different ways of experiencing this incredible state.
The site shows each trail's difficulty, length and what to look out for along the way.
You can download the maps before you go so you can access them anywhere around the state, regardless of whether you have reception or not.
Once you've walked the trail, you can mark it as complete and leave a review. Like here in Bold Park, you're immersed in nature, but just a few minutes from civilization. It's a note to the next person so they know why they should come here or why they shouldn't. Since COVID sparked our border closure, since COVID sparked our border closure 2 years ago, visitor numbers on the tracks have grown, and the government spent $21 million on upgrades.
We're going to be looking at how we enhance the trails.
Store has solved
Switch to
a hole-in-the-wall ice cream store has sold for almost $3 million, setting a new square metre record. But as they say in real estate, it's all about location, location, location.
Roughly the size of a car spot, just 16 square metres. Packed with all the flavours, this ice cream shop looks and tastes like any other. But this teeny tiny patch of Sydney real estate just sold for a own 2 what you get. Records.
Comedian Dave Chappelle followed a tornado that surpasses the world. Cruise has performed a real-life maverick on the fronting plus
$50,000.
Toward young son.
Against Brisbane, Matthew Knights is stepping in for
Ordinary. SUV range today.
Decimated by injury and COVID, the Eagles are preparing to unveil their third debutant of the season against Brisbane. Matthew Knights is stepping in for COVID-hit coach Adam Simpson. 4 Waffle players are in the mix. South Fremantle's Jake Florenka, a front-runner to debut.
Thrown to the Lions in more ways than one.
First time in this room, yeah.
Interim boss Matthew Knights taking the reins with COVID hitting coach Adam Simpson and 8 more players.
Yeah, probably down to 20 and Simo.
Calling on their Waffle contingency list for the AFL's longest road trip. The club's round 2 debutant Declan Mountford bulldogging a new pain as
further. Let's get on.
Barris
All players out of age draft. The realisation of an AFL debut.
So
ready to footy to and cut off the Tash with pretty good in the on the in the guard salt the I think is in
authorised by the state.
Takes the
10,000 with the Claremont happens to a poorly fitted car seat hit at high speed happens to a Claremont school with serious leg injuries. We have confronting video tonight showing what happens to a poorly fitted car seat hit at high speed. Child safety experts are pleading for vigilance, with more than half of restraints used incorrectly.
Installing a correctly fitted restraint for the right age and size of your child is one of the most important things that you can do.
It can be a complicated task, one that experts say should be checked by a trained eye at every stone.
Between changing from rearward facing to forward facing,
So fix or
found child.
Search reveals common mistake. These
Fully bow out after as much, but a regular visitor unearthed the 2.38 carat brown elusive or the
Back here next.
The future of live sheep exports up in the air.
Overseas, there's deep concerns as well.
Knockout Night of the Voice.
At all.
The Antship grandfather was travelling home on
threat. The future of live shops.
Car. The Southern Suburbs High School. Car. Good evening. A teenager has admitted to trying to kill her teacher at a Southern Suburbs High School. The 14-year-old girl plotted the stabbing online before carrying out
A 5-centimetre knife wrapped into a pile of girl asleep and burned on most of her argue.
To ban livelihood.
Policy board
We're in to
government license the Premier before she is
in decline. But one Perth family first up
in decline. Huge financial hit.
Jacqueline Wilson, 7 News.
The Premier won't reverse WA's unmasking after the Premier The Premier won't reverse. The Premier won't reverse. The Premier won't reverse WA's unmasking after 6 new deaths and a record number of COVID cases today. But one Perth family who's now battling the virus in hospital hopes people will choose to take care and mask up voluntarily. Here's Jessica Page.
Saba Buttons fought and won too many battles. Her family tried to protect her from this one.
We isolated for 12 weeks.
But a day after her brother tested positive to COVID, Saba was in hospital.
Panic, fear, and here we go. Panic, fear, and here we go. I have to say it's probably I just felt like we could possibly be fighting the same fight that we did 12 years ago.
When they very nearly lost her.
And everyone just responds so differently to COVID. So it was a very scary time. I still don't feel like we're out of the woods, but she's very comfortable and very stable and being very well supported.
Saba hasn't needed a ventilator, but has needed oxygen support, steroids, and had seizures.
And then this morning when I woke, she opened her beautiful eyes.
COVID visitor rules mean the family is divided again.
We're in a negative pressure room at the hospital. So that just means that I'm not allowed to leave. So now that I'm in, we're in this together.
Now positive too, sleeping next to her girl who's not little anymore. Her 13th birthday a week ago meant Saba's just old enough to be the first paediatric patient in WA to have a new trial antiviral. Her 13th birthday a week ago meant Saba's just old enough to be the first paediatric patient in WA to have a new trial antiviral drug.
It actually blocks the virus from multiplying in her system.
The injuries caused by a faulty flu jab when Saba was 11 months old mean she can't be vaccinated now and relies on others to shield her from any viruses. But WA's COVID guard has been dropped. A record number of cases today above the 10,000 that was predicted. Record number of cases today above the 10,000 that was predicted to be WA's peak. Saba's one of 271 people positive in hospital. 9 are in ICU, and 6 and 6 more people died. Modelling predicted 129 COVID deaths in 6 months. There's been 149.
It is a soft landing. It is a soft landing. It is a soft landing. You got to remember. Sadly, the deaths include people who passed away with COVID, not necessarily from COVID.
The Telethon Kids Institute is warning where only at the halfway point.
The infection rate
infection rate over the next infection rate over the infection rate over the next 2 to 3 weeks will be perhaps the high 2 to 3 weeks will be over the next 2 to 3 weeks 3 weeks will be perhaps the highest it has been.
And says no masks or capacity limits mean another 350 to 550,000 will be infected by June, most over 65 or under 18.
It's not for me to say if people should or shouldn't. I know I'll be wearing my mask, that's for sure. You don't have to be told to do something to do it. I feel that if you feel it's the right thing to do for you and your family and to protect your loved ones, if you were in this position, I think it's a good thing to wear one.
Jessica Page, 7 News.
The family of a little girl left alone in a hot childcare minibus say the ordeal has left them mortified and hysterical. The 3-year-old remains in hospital as police investigate how it happened.
Nevaeh Austin should have been cared for, but carelessness almost killed her.
No amount of forgetfulness or, I just had a moment.
Australia isn't the only country facing interest rate hikes. The US Federal Reserve has increased rates by the highest margin in decades, which has sent shockwaves across the financial world.
Rising interest rates may have turned the world upside down for many homeowners this week.
You start to spin for a while there, but it's a bit disorienting.
Patrick O'Connor could have been talking about his mortgage issues, touring the House Down Under experience.
It's not easy.
And worried about battling under the weight of extra payments and uncertainty for his kids' housing prospects.
With the increasing rates, it just makes more pressure. Everyone's feeling the stress and the pain, and moving forward, that's going to get
Overseas, there's deep concerns as well. US inflation at 8.5% forced the US Federal Reserve to up rates 0.5% today, the biggest move in decades.
You're seeing history here, folks. This hasn't happened in 22 years.
England set to hike tonight as well to 1% to tame 30-year inflation highs, with Australia's official cash rate broke records.
Moving forward,
Australia isn't the only country facing interest rate hikes. Australia isn't the only Australia isn't the only country facing interest rate hikes. The US Federal Reserve has increased rates by the highest margin in decades, which has sent shockwaves across the financial world.
Rising interest rates may have turned the world upside down for many homeowners this week.
You start to spin for a while there, but it's a bit. You start to spin for a while there, but you start to spin for a while there. You start to spin for a while there. You start to spin for
this week.
You start to spin for
this week.
You start to spin for a while there, but it's a bit disorienting. It's a bit disorienting.
Patrick O'Connor could have been talking about his mortgage issues, touring the House Down Under experience.
It's not easy.
And worried about battling under the weight of extra payments and uncertainty for his kids' housing prospects.
With the increasing rates, it just makes more pressure. With the increasing rates,
prospects.
With the increasing rates, it just makes more pressure. Everyone. With the increasing
prospects.
With the increasing rates, it just makes more pressure. Everyone's feeling the stress and the pain, and moving forward, that's going to get.
Broke records, $33 billion in total. Household goods up Overseas, there's deep concerns as well. US inflation at 8.5% forced the US Federal Reserve to up rates 0.5% today, the biggest move in decades.
You're seeing history here, folks. This hasn't happened in 22 years.
England set to hike tonight as well to 1% to tame 30-year inflation highs. With Australia's official cash rate now at 0.35 and predictions of 2.5 within a year. Today, an insight into our inflation problem. The retail data for March broke records. $33 billion in total. Household goods up 3.4%. Department store shopping 4.1%.
The question now, will those numbers flip the mortgage market as we know it, or will the Reserve Bank's moves correct inflation? With experts worried there's one group that could quickly be upended.
The borrowers behind the so-called liar loans, those who falsified their income or spending to guarantee their home loan.
Australians, in some cases, are Australians, in some cases, are up to their eyeballs in housing debt because of our overheated property market.
A survey of bank customers by respected UBS found widespread fibbing. 19% of NAB's crime news.
Understanding the Reserve Bank hike and
I was the only child on the bus at the time.
Reserve Bank hike and why Understanding the Reserve Bank hike and why everything is becoming more expensive isn't always that simple. Cyan Valance explains why a rise in inflation can mean a rise in rates.
It's official. Pretty much everything is more expensive. It's official.
That's always that simple. Is becoming more expensive. Understanding the Reserve Bank hike and why everything is becoming more expensive isn't always that simple. Cyan Valance explains why a rise in inflation can mean a rise in rates.
It's official. Pretty much everything is more expensive, and now your mortgage is likely to be too. Inflation's high and interest rates just got higher. It just feels like you can't win. So why does one lead to the other? Well, inflation is a measure of changing. Inflation is a measure of changing prices. A basket of items like housing costs, food, and fuel are checked every 3 months. The Reserve Bank wants inflation to rise between 2 to 3% every year. Economists believe that level is a sign of a healthy economy. Right now, it's at 5.1%, worse in Perth, 7.6%. Healthy economy. Right now, it's at 5.1%, worse in Perth, 7.0%. Worse in Perth, 7.6%. That's thanks to COVID supply chain chaos and the war in Ukraine. If it's too high, people reach risky investments. The lagging effect, falling prices. And given where we're at, the Reserve Bank expects to keep raising rates over the next few months.
Anthony Albanese has suffered. Anthony Albanese has suffered an embarrassing new stumble, struggling to detail his plan for the NDIS after the awkward blunder. The Labor leader was forced to reach for notes from an advisor as he grappled with another setback on the election trail.
Well, thanks very much.
Questioned about his new 6-point plan to overhaul the NDIS, Anthony Albanese, and to overhaul the NDIS, Anthony Albanese misses the point badly.
What are the 6 points? The 6 points are what we will do in terms was outlined by Bill Shorten. What that's about is making.
No.
That's about is making.
No.
Sure.
What are the 6 points?
What that's about is.
What are the 6 points, Mr.
Well, if you let me answer the question.
There at the top of the policy document he released with his NDIS spokesman Bill Shorten on April 19, just a week after his car crash moment on the opening day, not knowing the unemployment rate or official interest rate. Today he did get one of the points.
What are the other 5 points, Mr. Albanese?
Looking for another question.
We will put people at the centre of the NDIS. Mark.
What are the 6 points?
We will put people at the centre of the NDIS.
As the interrogation continued, stepping aside, asking his staff for policy documents dutifully delivered.
You've just been handed your policy document, Mr. Albanese. You don't know.
That's not right.
Are there 6 points here that have to be handed?
And after a few uncomfortable moments of shuffling, begins rattling them off.
So just confirm, you've just been handed.
Is to defend and fix the NDIS, lifting the NDIA staffing cap.
Just when his campaign was gaining some momentum after the weekend's official launch, another embarrassing gaffe.
You did not know your own policy, Mr. Albanese.
The words not just sticking in his throat, but seemingly also those of colleague Chris Bowen.
We announce our policies. We announce our policies during the campaign.
What to do when you trip up on the campaign trail? Change the subject quickly. That's what Anthony Albanese is doing here with a major speech on the economy.
This is an economy that's crying out for reform. Real, meaningful reform.
While Anthony Albanese's stumbled, Scott Morrison's roadshow rumbled along, kicking footies, more business.
Participants in that will be those who have come to Australia and have been
learning to.
Tickets for Manchester United's one and only. Tickets for Manchester. Tickets for Manchester United's one and only clash. United's one and only clash here in Perth have almost sold out. There are fewer than 2,000 still available after they went on sale this morning. The Red Devils will take on fellow Premier League side Aston Villa. Aston Villa at Optus Stadium on Saturday. July 23rd. There are still plenty of seats on offer for the clash between Leeds and. There are still plenty of seats on offer for the clash between Leeds and Crystal Palace the night before.
Hollywood star Tom Cruise has landed in the danger zone. He used a real-life aircraft carrier to launch the Top Gun sequel. The actor landed on the deck of USS Midway for the world premiere of the highly anticipated blockbuster.
Flying high, back in the pilot's seat and back in the danger zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Cruise!
Landing on the aircraft carrier USS Midway in San Diego. A show-stopping arrival for a Hollywood sequel 36 years in the news of the movie making calls.
We have 57 degrees. You might enjoy this.
Knockout.
Because that's around 4,000 litres of
best prices.
A paint. A paint truck has caused chaos at a paint truck has caused chaos at a busy intersection south of Perth after it rolled and spilled its load. Specialist equipment had to be brought in to mop up the mess, with around 4,000 litres of paint splashed across Old Coast Road. No one was injured. No one was Coast Road. No one was injured. No one was injured. South of Perth after it rolled and spilled its load. Specialist equipment had to be brought in.
Things to remember when planning a funeral. With Bauer and O'Day Prepaid Funerals.
In to mop up the mess, with around...
Hollywood actress sobbed on the stage as Hollywood tape. The
appearance from Chris Hatchment.
Parts of 2 US state weather alert. Twister took out a marijuana.
Maradona when he's 5 swap auction to
dollar.
Snaps the second crash. Teenage boy was lucky to escape serious injury after his e-scooter collided with a car in Guildford. It's the second crash in the same number of days, which has sparked an urgent warning from one of the state's top surgeons.
Snapped at the joint, a fracture so bad, surgery is the only option.
It could cause a stiff wrist down the track where I couldn't use my wrist at all.
The Antship grandfather was travelling home on his electric scooter when a car pulled out in front of him.
I did fall and hit her car in an accident. At all.
The Antship
He didn't know.
Yesterday, teenage Warren admitted to Perth hospitals, almost 3/4 in the past year alone. 80% of those who were admitted to hospital weren't wearing a helmet, and 34% had drugs or alcohol in their system.
I don't say just go
with
police
at all.
Moving forward, that's going to get
an accident happened. An accident
option.
Style today. Teenage boy was lucky to a teenage. A teenage boy was lucky to escape serious injury after his e-scooter collided with a car in Guildford. It's the second crash in the same number of days, which has sparked an urgent warning from one of the state's top surgeons.
Snapped at the joint.
A teenage boy was lucky to escape serious injury after his e-scooter collided with a car in Guildford. It's the second crash in the same number of days, which has sparked an urgent warning from one of the state's top surgeons.
Snapped at the joint, a fracture so bad surgery is the only option.
It could cause a stiff wrist down the
option.
It could cause a stiff wrist down the track where I couldn't use my wrist at all.
The Antship grandfather was travelling home on his electric scooter when a car pulled out in front of him.
I did fall and hit her car with my head.
Pulled out. When a car pulled out in front of him.
I did fall and hit her car. I did fall and hit her car with my head.
Pulled out in front of him.
I did fall and hit her car with my head.
The driver took off.
She didn't know an accident happened. No accident happened.
The Antship grandfather was travelling home on his electric scooter.
Where she just pulled out.
E-scooter accidents are on the rise. Father of four, Kim Rowe, was killed yesterday when his e-scooter crashed head-on with a bicycle in Thornley. And this morning, a teenage boy was injured in Guildford when his e-scooter collided with a car. It's a shocking trend, worrying Perth doctors.
It's in a dramatic increase. It's in a dramatic increase in the number of patients presenting after e-scooter related events.
In the past 3 years, 44 riders were admitted to Perth hospitals, almost three quarters in the past year. Almost 3/4 in the past year alone. 84% of patients were men and 16% were women. 16% were women. Most accidents happening in the Perth metropolitan area. While most riders do the right thing, figures show 40% of those who were admitted to hospital weren't wearing a helmet, and 34% had drugs or alcohol in their system.
I don't say just go throw the baby out with the bathwater and can the e-scooters. They have their place in the world.
And Gerhard believes that starts with educating riders and other road users. Amber Johnston, 7 News.
Police believe a gang smashed its way through the front door of a Wattle Grove liquor store around 12:30 this morning. They stole alcohol and cigarettes before running off. If you have any information, contact Crime Stoppers.
There are mounting fears Vladimir Putin is preparing to escalate his attacks on Ukraine. The West is worried he'll use World War II.
Parents have seemingly vanished. A mother whose 2-year-old parents have turned.
One of Australia's most popular art awards, the Packing Room Prize. Artist Klaus Stangl chose to paint a playful portrait. The judges rewarded him for
on
Super.
Number of bloody
store in the Southern Hemisphere is
dollars an ounce. Australian dollars buying 72 US cents.
The largest Lego store in the Southern Hemisphere. Several Australians are among the world's most.
Tech giant LG has released the world's first rollable OLED television to the Australian market. The 65-inch ULT system. The price. World's first rollable.
Buying bulk better for the budget. Australians are spending more than ever on their weekly grocery shop, but is buying bulk better for the budget? We asked the experts to crunch the numbers.
It's enough to make anyone anxious. Standing ladies on Apple with bulk time
for the course of the year.
The country superstar said earlier they're in a M&S associated for grounds.
The changes is a Thursday staple out.
A walk and a swim and struck down the raisin.
The Eagles' woes are only getting worse. COVID has the change in AFL Florent play. Lenient there expected is some
around the turn of the century.
For them, and I think what added excitement they're in it.
And WA for Saturday's clash with name signing for both West Coast. Fremantle has decided to stay at the Bulldogs. WA ruckman Tim English has agreed to a deal. Meanwhile, Tigers Dustin Martin's been named to return for Saturday with Collingwood, and reigning Brownlow medalist Ollie Wong revealed he was bombarded with messages from anti-antis falsely claiming he'd been paid off by pharmaceutical company following his recent heart scare. And in a huge blow to WA. WA and in a huge blow to WA racing the wizard from the west William Pike has moved to Queensland has moved to Queensland with his family. With his family, and says he's now the wizard from the north.
I've uprooted everything from home. Uprooted everything from home and come here, uprooted everything from home and come here. So here's where I'm having a go. Here's where I'm having a go, and here's where I'm staying.
Racing Queensland recently removed their vaccine mandate. Pike's been barred from riding big races in Perth over his vaccination status in the past. And the Perth Glory finished their season with a flourish, defeating premiership contenders Melbourne City. Into 2-0 last night.
Nothing can really prepare you for being.
We hear the word nuclear, it's not always.
At least 12. I think I'll do better than that.
We do hope so.
When we hear the word nuclear, it's not always good, especially in a time of war.
But Perth scientists are using its power. Thanks, Para. We do hope so.
When we hear the word nuclear, it's
powers for good, offering new hope to. Perth scientists are using it.
In a time of war.
But Perth scientists are using its powers for good, offering new hope to cancer patients. Cassidy Mosconi explains.
Nothing can really prepare you for being told you have cancer.
You sort of listen to that, and then it's difficult to follow, and it's difficult to follow the rest of the conversation. It sort of blows you away to a certain extent.
After the devastating diagnosis, Peter Bolt and his wife Freya spent years tackling his prostate cancer with radiation therapy. Initially, it worked, but the cancer always came back.
I think emotionally, you have
highs and lows.
Highs and lows, like a roller coaster.
Holding on to hope, Peter was introduced to a new treatment, Theranostics, nuclear medicine technology that sends a radioactive drug. Theranostics, nuclear medicine technology that sends a radioactive drug to attack tumours with laser-like precision. The added bonus side effects are minimal.
It gives patients who were previously
are minimal.
It gives patients who were previously sort of running out of options a bit of hope.
Hope now in arm's reach for dozens of Perth patients at Genesis Care at St John of God Murdoch. World-leading equipment, diagnostics, trials and clinicians under the one roof. Patients. Hope now in arm's reach for dozens. Hope now in arm's reach for dozens of Perth patients at Genesis Care at St John of God Murdoch. At Genesis Care at St John of God Murdoch. World-leading equipment, world-leading equipment, diagnostics, trials and clinicians under the one roof.
After the PET CT scan, patients come here to be administered their treatment. They're given an infusion which takes about 20 minutes. It acts as a missile that goes direct to the target.
Peter's hoping he never has to come back. His cancer-free reality now a possibility for other patients in Perth. Cassidy Mosconi, 7 News.
Sam Jolly's got
now the wizard from the north.
I've uprooted everything from home and come here. So
got your weather next with more sunshine.
And grandchildren.
Chronicles the return to power of the market.
Still to come this hour, Ukraine's foreign minister. Still to come this hour, Ukraine's foreign minister.
requirement for candidates. Requirement for candidates to live in the electorate they're running in.
And Chronicles.
And new cases. News. WA has broken another record for daily. WA has broken another record for daily COVID infections with more than 10,000 new cases. There were 6 deaths and 30 more hospital admissions, bringing the number of people in hospital to 2. Bringing the number of people in hospital to 271. 9 of them in ICU. The new 9 of them in ICU. The new peak comes as modelling suggests the state has reached the halfway point. State has reached the halfway point of total infections, with up to 500,000 more people expected to contract COVID by July.
With a visit from the Premier, excitement was peaking at this Belga primary school. Also peaking are COVID cases.
Overnight we have 10. Overnight we have 10,182 new cases.
Setting a new record for the second day running.
We've never had an elephant astronaut before, said the man.
Despite the new peak, the Premier believes WA's COVID outbreak is on track for a storybook ending.
We have achieved a soft landing. The softest landing in the world.
Updated modelling by Curtin University and the Telethon Kids Institute suggests we're at the halfway point of the current outbreak.
There's been about 500,000 Western Australians infected so far. 500,000. There's been about 500,000 Western Australians infected so far, with perhaps as many yet to be infected before the Omicron outbreak is over.
The recent spike has been helped along by a couple of long weekends and the removal of restrictions. Ditching face masks is responsible for a boost in transmission of up to 15%, and cases are expected to remain high for a while yet.
With perhaps over 10,000 cases again next week, and then with a small chance the week after, but that we nevertheless
seniors in these stations,
just as he was. On day one of the election campaign, just as he was on day. Just as he he was on day one of the election campaign, Anthony Albanese's been caught short. This time on the detail of one of his own party's major policies. The Labor leader unable to name the key points of the 6-point plan for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Political editor Andrew Probyn explains.
The other thing, so you can plug it in or you can swap and go to the battery.
At an energy expo to spruik his climate credentials, the details of another policy.
We will put people at the centre of... We will put people at the centre... at the centre of the NDIS.
Proved hazardous.
What are the 6 points?
Hazardous.
What are the 6 points?
Hazardous.
What are the 6 points?
The 6 points are what we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten. What we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten.
6 points of your policy, Mr. Albanese.
Unable to answer, when colleague Chris Bowen took the mic, the Labor leader gestured to a staffer before being slipped notes.
You've just been handed the 6 points, Mr. Albanese. What are they?
Lifting the NDIA staffing cap, doubling existing funding for advocacy.
If not being across details has been Anthony Albanese's problem this campaign.
I'm focused on the contest between Labor and Liberal and myself and Mr. Albanese.
Scott Morrison's has been external events, including a big one offshore.
We are threatened with invasion, Mr. Speaker, and that's serious.
The
45 insults.
And actually,
rising interest rates, it'll be a problem for whichever side wins the election. But as the Solomons PM has made clear to everyone by now, no change of government here will necessarily
point of the
sway him from his new alliance.
One of 2 Perth students accused of an guilty fine and another 13-year-old who has pleaded guilty to unconscious stuff with children are trapped inside. Key infrastructure. Still to come this hour, Ukraine's foreign minister thanks for challenges and seats. Hasluck held by the minister. Returning to the election campaign now, and 2 crucial West Australian seats.
Imagine how much level of
challenges facing the National Disability. Crucial campaign now.
Returning to the election campaign now in two crucial West Australian seats, Hasluck held by the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Ken Wyatt, and Cowan WA's most marginal seat held by Labor's Anne Ali. Tonight we take a look at the fierce political contests underway in both electorates. State political reporter Kian Burke joins us from the Herb Grahan Recreation Centre in Mirrabooka in the heart of Cowan. Kian, just how important is this seat?
Well, it's really important to both sides, particularly to the Liberals though, because it's possibly the only seat. Well, it's really important to both sides, particularly to the Liberals though, because it's possibly the only seat they could pick up here in WA. As you said, it's currently held by Labor's Anne Ali, but on a margin of just 0.9%. Hoping to overcome that margin is the Liberals' Vince Connolly. He was the member for Stirling before that seat was abolished, and part of it was incorporated into the electorate of Cowan here. It's a very diverse seat, and that's reflected in the issues voters have been telling us about. Improving opportunities for multicultural communities will be one that's front of mind, but so too will be just how hard the cost of living pressures are biting. Cowan is WA's most marginal seat and one of its most multicultural.
What should I be thinking about when I'm voting?
Addie Smith lives in Westminster with her 4 children, working nearby in a centre that supports vulnerable women. This is her first time voting in a federal election, and it's a responsibility she's not taking lightly.
Domestic violence has gone up, mental health has gone up, alcohol and other drugs has gone up. I'm starting to see what a vote actually means.
But Roland Sang in nearby Nollamara is less enthused about the power of his vote.
When they get in power, they don't do as what they said. So what's the difference? Who do you vote for?
For both Cowan electors, the rising cost of living is a major concern.
I usually buy Tim Tams
and make ends meet, you know?
Katta and Girraween. The average income in Cowan is $660. Labor's Anna from Liberal Labor at the NDIS, after he endured Labor at a state level. But Mr Sang says his vote will partially turn on what the parties can offer those on the NDIS, after he endured months of bureaucracy to get new wheels for Labor from Cowan election cultural thing. Did in the was in margin
seat. Grahan Recreation Centre in Mirrabooka, heart of Cowan. Kian, just how important is this seat?
Well, it's really important to both sides, particularly to the Liberals though. It's really important to both sides, particularly to the Liberals though, because it's possibly the only seat they could pick up here in WA. As you said, it's currently held by Labor's Anne Ali, but on a margin of just 0.9%. Hoping to overcome that margin is the Liberals' Vince Connolly. He was the member for Stirling before that seat was abolished. And part of it was incorporated into the electorate of Cowan here. to the electorate of Cowan here. It's a very diverse seat, and that's reflected in the issues voters have been telling us about. Improving opportunities for multicultural communities will be one that's front of mind, but so too will be just how hard the cost of living pressures are biting. Cowan is WA's most marginal seat and one of its most multicultural.
What should I be thinking about when I'm voting?
Addie Smith lives in Westminster with her 4 children, working nearby in a centre that supports vulnerable women. This is her first time voting in a federal election, and it's a responsibility she's not taking lightly.
Domestic violence has gone up, mental health. There's gone up, violence, domestic violence has gone up, mental health is gone up, mental health is gone up, mental health is gone up, alcohol and other drugs, mental health is gone up, alcohol and other drugs has gone up. I'm starting to see what a vote actually means. What a vote actually means.
But Roland Sang in nearby Nollamara is less enthused about the power of his vote.
When they get in the power, they don't do as what. When they get in the power, they don't do as what they said. So what's the difference? What's the difference? Who do you vote for?
For both Cowan electors, the rising cost of living is a major concern.
I used to buy Tim Tams, but now they never on special, but they now at $4 a packet. I said, no, I'm not buying that.
I mean, I've got 2 jobs and I still can't make ends meet, you know?
Cowan sits just north of the city, taking in suburbs like Mirrabooka, Balcatta and Girraween. The average income in Cowan is $660 a week, roughly 10% lower than the rest of the state. For nearly 2/3 of residents, at least one of their parents was born overseas. It's a swinging seat, having changed hands 5 times since the 1980s, and it's currently held by Labor's Anne Ali.
With your support, we can do it. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Really good to meet you. She's facing a tough challenge from Liberal Vince Connolly, whose seat at Stirling has been abolished by an Electoral Commission redistribution.
I'll throw a mango into it. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Ms Smith is leaning towards Ms Ali after watching Labor at a state level. But Mr Sang says if is leaning towards Ms Ali after Ms Smith is leaning towards Ms Ali after watching Labor at a state level. But Mr Sang at a state level. But Mr Sang says his vote will partially turn on what the parties can offer those on the NDIS after he endured months of bureaucracy to get new wheels for his wheelchair. Even though Mr Connolly's in striking distance, a predicted Labor swing in the West makes his task all the more difficult.
And Kian, Hasluck is another key seat for both parties in WA.
That's right, Hasluck is one of the 3 that Labor is hoping they can pick up, but it's going to be an uphill battle for them. The seat is currently represented by Liberal Ken Wyatt, who's held the seat since 2010. He's the Minister for Indigenous Australians. He has significant profile there, and that's going to be tough for Labor's Tanya Lawrence to try and overcome. It's a bit of an older demographic than here in Cowan, and that's reflected in the issues voters have been speaking to us about. Things like healthcare and aged care are important to them, but so too is climate change, as reporter Rebecca Trigger found out.
The electorate of Hasluck is home to an older demographic, but that's not slowing anyone down. Sandra Scott gets out dancing whenever she can, but her husband needs care at home, and that's what will decide her vote. Local MP and Indigenous
Tanya Lawrence.
Climate change. Hasluck the local she can. The of Hasluck is home
to us. An old and quiet can pick up, but it's that's right. Hasluck is.
And Kian has. Hasluck is another key seat for both parties in WA. Hasluck is another key seat. Hasluck is another key seat for both parties in WA.
That's right. Hasluck is one of the three. Hasluck is one of the three. That's right. Hasluck is one of the three. That's right. Hasluck is one of the three that Labor is hoping. Labor is hoping they can pick up, but they can pick up, but it's going to be an uphill. They can pick up, but it's going to be an uphill battle for them. The seat is currently represented by Liberal Ken Wyatt.
Still to come there.
Profile there, and that's going to be tough. 2010, he's the Ken Wyatt, who's held the seat. Who's held the seat since 2010. He's the Minister for Indigenous Australians. He has significant profile there, and that's going to be tough for Labor. And that's going to be tough for Labor's Tanya. It's going to be tough for profile there. And that's going to be tough for Labor's Tanya Lawrence. To try Labor's Tanya Lawrence to try and overcome. It's a bit of an older demographic than here in Cowan, and that's reflected in the issues voters. It's a bit of an older demographic than here in Cowan, and that's reflected in the issues voters have been speaking to us about things like healthcare, and aged care, are important to them, but so too is climate change, as reporter Rebecca Trigger found out.
The electorate of Hasluck is home to an older demographic, but that's not slowing anyone down. Sandra Scott gets out dancing whenever she can, but her husband needs care at home, and that's what will decide her vote.
You need more aged care packages. You need more aged care packages and to help people. To help people to stay in their own home, especially people who are living on their own.
Ms Scott lives in the Perth Hills, where most polling booths favoured the Liberal Party last election, securing local MP and Indigenous Affairs Minister Ken Wyatt a fourth term. But with a 5.9% margin, Hasluck is one of a clutch of WA seats the Labor Party have in their sights. The Labor Party have in their sights.
Hello, I'm Tanya Lawrence, the Labor candidate for the federal election.
There's speculation a popular Labor state government may boost the federal party's chances. Hasluck includes big stretches of bushfire-prone areas. Kalamunda resident Ashley Mercy has been a Conservative voter for most of his life, but is swinging the other way over climate change.
Won't affect us because, we'll be gone, but our children and our grandchildren, it's really important. Our grandchildren, it's really important. Won't affect us because, we'll be won't affect us because, we'll be gone, but
Kalamunda resident Ashley Mercy has been a Conservative voter for most of his life, but is swinging the other way over climate change.
Won't affect us because, we'll be won't affect us because affect us because we'll be affect us won't affect us because we'll be gone we'll be gone, but our children and our grandchildren is really important, and I don't think children is really important, and I don't think the federal government, the current federal government has really done enough.
Hasluck also includes lots of young families capitalising on affordable housing.
Enough.
Hasluck also includes lots of young families capitalising on affordable housing. Teacher Jasmine Waller says the cost of living and childcare are her top concerns.
Currently, with the mortgage rate rises, currently with the mortgage rate rises, we're actually going to have to look into my partner. We're actually going to have to look into my partner and I into budgeting a little bit more.
Both parties will be working hard in the next 2 weeks to win over these voters in what could be a kingmaker seat. Rebecca Trigger, ABC News.
Hasluck has also been affected by that Electoral Commission redistribution. That's what's given the Liberal Party there that 5.9% margin. Even still, Labor is hopeful that they'll be able to take the seat and have gone as far as saying it's crucial to securing them government. I spoke about that issue with University of Notre Dame political analyst Martin Drum earlier today.
Hasluck's a really important seat because Labor needs around 6% to win it, which is the upper level of some of their ambitions. And if they win Hasluck, it probably shows that they're getting a swing across the state that's pretty substantial, and that may well put them on the path to victory.
The sitting member there is Ken Wyatt. He's a government minister. He's got quite a high profile. How much does that help his campaign?
It really does help having an incumbent who's already there, who knows a lot of people in that electorate. So that's got to be worth a significant amount to him. Of course, Hasluck
Nations candidates. He also knows he'd know where to him. Just that. Not require and the
rise the eyes of the 12 chapter of
while he was in
him a treatment with a whole bunch of ideas.
Wales Art Gallery, who unpacked the entries for the Archibald Prize. The Dockers have also been heavily hit by the virus. As when City of Devon is lucky to
Your voice on ABC 13.
The Australian
requirement for candidates.
The Australian Medical Association says WA's influenza season combining with rising COVID-19 case numbers could make for an ugly winter. Western Australia has today reported more than 10,000 daily coronavirus cases for the first time. A further six historical deaths have also been reported. The AMA's WA President Mark Duncan Smith is urging West Australians to get their flu vaccination and their COVID booster to protect themselves and others.
Flu cases are already on the increase. And again, that is another factor that the government really has to watch closely. This in combination with COVID could see a very ugly winter.
A Queensland man who is a suspect in his wife's disappearance in Perth more than 3 decades ago will not be compelled to testify at an inquest into the case. Joanna Manar reports.
Robert Fulton was the last witness had been dying slave.
From Australia, if it's elected this month. In a statement, the opposition has confirmed it plans to phase out the trade, which was worth more than $90 million last year.
Get to your calls. Isn't it great that she's back in the...
Labor says it has no plans to plug
and rating up offence in the strides the
police on George Floyd in May this year. Chauvin pleaded guilty knee on Mr. Floyd. Police brutality to a US court herself in representing the occasion performed a cavity search of her body. Heard a Sydney artist charged by staff who, while Waititi was making a movie in Sydney, and says he's eastern parts of the southeast western Ken, currently 19.
1986, and today her husband. Gosh, they both spoke well. Good to hear words spoken about reality rather than ideology.
After 9 a.m. Saturday on ABC.
On a Thursday, when you has been told the disappeared was the last person to see the then 39-year-old alive. He said he dropped her off at the East Perth train. Other than her mother disappeared, and most people presume that she was murdered. What a story, what a saga, and what an unsatisfactory conclusion to a desperate affair. ABC Radio Perth here with Jeff.
WA has had a shared equity scheme for some years.
On foreign ownership of our
720, or send a text 0437 922 720. But obviously, they're feeling the pinch in the AFL. One in Britain, 1984, it is the clock. Tomorrow's program too, because we like to have a musical theme on Fridays, that we might go with songs that mums like to sing. Songs that mums like to sing. We'll do that tomorrow. Might even get some mums sing on the Drive program. Now, we've been discussing the realities of COVID on Drive today, whether you've been impacted by them, whether you know someone who's got it. None are probably more aware of the impact of COVID cases than the West Coast Eagles, who today revealed they have only 20 fit players.
Movement or teal wave.
0437 922 720. Did you sit for a portrait?
Still, you know.
Portrait made for our wedding. It's a bit of a caricature which we printed onto tea towels which we gave to our guests as bonbonieri. That's delightful. I'm asking you this afternoon whether you have had portraits painted. Some of the discussion that we had in studio between the Liberal MP for Curtin, Celia Hammond, and the Independent Kate Chaney. It's a safe Liberal seat. The margin's 13.9%, but there is a lot of interest around the country at whether independents may indeed cause the government significant problems. I won't go on about the West Australian newspaper and its barracking this morning, and its editorial, which was barracking, saying have nothing to do with independence. Mentioned the Western Australia cases at McGowan.
A little bit predicted in a significant all of this because that the hospital of them aren't admitted for COVID. So perhaps the best measure is the intensive care.
degrees at 5 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm John Nichols. The Premier is calling for calm. The Premier is calling for calm as COVID-19 cases rise to record levels. More than 10,000 new infections have been recorded in WA for the first time. Hospitalisations are up by 29 to 271. But the number of people in intensive care has dropped from 10 to 9. Mark McGowan says, in spite of the increase in numbers, the other figures are encouraging. Our hospitalisation rates have been actually relatively stable in the 200s, and that's significantly below what was predicted. Our intensive care rates are less than a fifth of what was predicted. Our death rates, sadly people have passed away. But they're easily the lowest in Australia. The WA branch of the AMA says the state's health system will soon. The AMA branch of the AMA says the state's health system will soon be under pressure if the figures continue to go up. Branch President Mike Duncan-Smith believes the hospitalisation rate is nearing the point where restrictions will have to be reintroduced.
We've seen a 12% increase.
Will have to be reintroduced.
We've seen a 12% increase in hospitalizations in 24 hours. If that figure started to go 4 hours. If that figure started to go up and we started to get hospitalization numbers in 300, 350, then I would say that would actually cause a significant strain on the medical system, and that we would need to be very, very quickly looking at reintroducing restrictions.
Community Services Minister Simone McGurk has apologised for comments she made about former WA Australian of the Year Tracy Westerman. Ms McGurk made the comments during a media conference in January when responding to questions about a cultural audit report undertaken by Dr Westerman. Dr Westerman took the matter to court, resulting in today's apology from Ms McGurk. Defence Minister Peter Dutton has again claimed China would like the nation.
President Xi, of course, would be laughing under his breath as he was entertaining his dear friend here in Beijing.
Australians these holiday and travel solution
that they want.
74 at 7,639.
Labor's plans to ban live exports.
Small island, big adventure. See the other side of
at the Premier's media conference this morning. I wonder what GP was up to this morning. He had a few commitments after the program. Maybe it was, I don't know. It says within the network. Now, we are a big family these days. WA Today as well. The Nine Newsroom. Louisa, tell me more. Who was it? Your closest Automasters, by the way, is in Balga, 436 Wanneroo Road, the corner of Main Street in Balcatta, in fact. Your closest auto. I'd like to The night after 5, we revealed yesterday that the Labor Party, if it wins the federal election, is looking to phase out the live export trade. Leader Anthony Albanese, speaking of him, was handed a document by... Leader Anthony Albanese, speaking of him, was 882 if you'd like to have your say. The opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, speaking of him, was handed a document by one of his staff members to answer a question today about Labor's six-point plan when it comes to the NDIS by Nine political reporter Jonathan Kersley.
Mr Albanese, in your speech later on today, you'll talk about the legacy of Labor leaders. One of those legacies is the NDIS. Yesterday, you talked about Labor's six-point plan. What are the 6 points?
The 6 points are what we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten. What that's about is make...
No, what are the 6...
What that's about is...
What are the 6 points, Mr...
Well, if you let me answer the question, what that's about is making sure that we take pressure off people who are, at the moment, having their programs cut.
That's one point.
That was Anthony Albanese in response to Jonathan Kersley's question. Now, we know earlier on in the campaign he didn't know the cash rate or unemployment rates, but do you think this casts some sort of doubts over his suitability to be the Australian Prime Minister, or should we be cutting the bloke a little bit of slack here? At 133 882 is the talkback number. The opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, speaking of him, was handed a document by one of his staff members to answer a question today about Labor's six-point plan when it comes to the to answer a question today about Labor's six-point plan when it comes to the NDIS by Nine political reporter Jonathan Kersley.
Mr Albanese, in your speech later on today, you'll talk about the day.
We will do. That's a bit. That's one.
On the campaign, he didn't know that's over his suitability. Be cutting the back number. Seat 2. Does this cast doubt? What do you think, John?
Well,
that's one.
The opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, speaking of him, was handed a document by one of his staff members to answer a question today about Labor's six-point plan when it comes to the NDIS by Nine political reporter Jonathan Kersley.
Mr Albanese, in your speech later on today, you'll talk about the legacy of Labor leaders. One of those legacies is the NDIS. Yesterday, you talked about Labor's six-point plan. What are the 6 points?
The 6 points are what we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten. Points are 6 points are what we will do in terms of was outlined by Bill Shorten. Was outlined by Bill Shorten. What that's about is making...
No, what are the 6...
What that's about is...
What are the 6 points, Mr...
Well, if you let me answer the question, what that's about is making sure that we take pressure off people who are, at the moment, having their programs cut.
That's one...
That was Anthony Albanese in response to Jonathan Kersley's question. Now, we know earlier on in the campaign he didn't know the cash rate or unemployment rates, but do you think this casts some sort of doubts over his suitability to be the Australian Prime Minister, or should we be cutting the bloke a little bit of slack here? At 133 882 is the talkback number. Does this harm his election chances? All the polls are saying that Labor's in the box seat to form governments with just over 2 weeks until polling day. He wants to be the PM. Does this cast doubt over his suitability, or should the bloke be cut a bit of slack? 133 882. What do you think, John? On? And this is what he had to say.
Well, Ollie, I think... Look.
What do you think, John?
Well, Ollie, I think it was Napoleon who said... Ollie, I think it was Napoleon who said, never interrupt your enemy. What
do you think, John? On?
Well, Ollie, I think it was Napoleon. Ollie, I think it was Napoleon. Ollie, I think it was Napoleon who. Well, Ollie, I think it was Napoleon who said. Ollie, I think it was Napoleon who said, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. And it's evident it's all unravelling for Albanese. It's all unravelling. It's evident it's all unravelling for Albanese. And if he was to form a government with the Greens, he takes us all over. He takes us all over a cliff. So to all of those, and I say to all of those rusted on Labor voters like me, Labor voters like me, better think twice about this bloke. Better think twice about this bloke. He is utterly useless.
All right, there's John. Dean says Albo's press conference. All right, there's John. Dean. All right, there's John. Dean says Albo's press conference sound more like. Dean says Albo's press conference sound more like Biden. His press conference sound more like Bidenisms. I think will be Bidenisms. I think will be. I think isms. Bidenism like Bidenisms. I think will be as clumsy. Bidenisms. I think will be. I think will be as clumsy during international. Bidenisms. I think will be as clumsy. Bidenisms. I think will be as clumsy during international meetings. Jill says cut no slack. Says cut no slack. Slack. Jill says cut no slack. Albo. Jill says cut no slack. Says cut no slack. Albo is a fraud. And Chris says dear Ollie, it's a storm. Chris says dear Ollie, it's a storm in a teacup. Ollie, it's a storm in a teacup. I've worked in some countries where the president is the minister for everything. It's known as a dictatorship. I love the show. You're on fire.
People you know. Opinions that matter. News.
Well, if you let me answer the
bloke, you cut a bit of slack.
It was Napoleon. And
3882. What do you think?
outlined by Bill Shorten. What that's about is make.
No, what are the six?
What that's about is.
What are the 6 points, Mr.
Well, if you let me answer the question, what that's about is making sure that we take pressure off people who are at the moment having their programs cut.
That's one point.
That was Anthony Albanese in response to Jonathan Kersley's question. Now, we know earlier on in the campaign he didn't know the cash rate or unemployment rates, but do you think this casts some sort of doubts over his suitability to be the Australian Prime Minister, or should we be cutting the bloke a little bit of slack here? At 133 882 is the talkback number. Does this harm his election chances? All the polls are saying that Labor's in the box seat to form government with just over 2 weeks until polling day. He wants to be the
Together, we're building a stronger future. Let's not turn back now.
Authorised by Ahurst Liberal, Canberra.
Have you thought about where your face mask was made? Remember, not all face masks are made the same. So when it comes to protecting yourself and your family, think PPE Tech. 100% Australian owned and made. PPE Tech manufactures P2 face masks that comfortably seal to your face and filter more than 98% of particles. Now is the time to protect all Australians and support Aussie-made products. Order online to receive up to 40% off and free delivery at ppetech.com.au. That's ppetech.com.au.
Hello. It's Buddy the Quokka. I'd like to dedicate the next song to HBF's
6PR. Forecast with a top of 24 degrees. 133 882. Our talkback lines are open. Rod in Padbury writes, why is it that second-hand cars are now more expensive than a new one. I've got 50,000 to in.
It's a sheep that is from 12 months old to basically 3 or 4 or even 5 maybe 4 I'd say maximum, but 2 to 3 years old, right? That's in between lamb and mutton. The problem is you go into a supermarket, temporary accommodation, but I spent 6 months and I'm a disabled woman living in my car in
putting a pick out.
Mark Reddings, Tanya Armstrong and Luke McFarlane as Fremantle clash with North Melbourne at Optus Stadium. It's the biggest and best coverage in town, just for the people of Perth. Thanks to Kitchen Capital, designed and built in 4 weeks. kitchencapital.com.au. 6PR is football.
Did you know that roughly 2.5 billion people watched Princess Diana's funeral worldwide on TV? At Simplicity Funerals, we like to keep funerals more simple, less stressful, and affordable. simplicityfunerals.com.au.
It's high time our National Defence Force worked out
psychological therapy sessions. Funded through WA.
In the green, Kevin, it's always good to be up. Good afternoon.
Yes, it always is, and it's always good to throw the fears out the window. There was plenty of them around yesterday, obviously after the Dow fell 900 on Friday. Well, last night it went up 900 because of the worst telegraphed interest rate rise in the world. The US Federal Reserve raised rates by 0.5%. So they're heading back towards 1 and probably end up at 3% by the look of it. But certainly they did it steadily as opposed to our own Reserve Bank, who was a bit weak.
Well, they're definitely going up in June, that's for sure, and probably July and August and September.
Well, that's right. But anyway, they're up. And then on top of that, we had the National Bank result today. That, like a lot of the banks that
Communities. New daily COVID-19 infections. Jake Batrick reports.
WA's cracked 10,000 new daily COVID infections. This is what the test report intensive today because of the level how many people positive tests.
10-year-old girl has confessed to 5-year-old in murder. She's been and fires on private property on trial next month. Smoke from prescribed burns. Smoke from prescribed burns and fires on private properties south of the city has led to a smoke alert being issued for Carragullen, Roleystone, Pinjarra, and the area between Cockburn Central and Mandurah. There's also an alert north of the city covering an area from Ushea across to North Metropolitan suburbs between Ocean Reef and Yanchep. The smoke is expected to clear. The smoke is expected to clear overnight. A tiny gelato shop at Sydney's Circular Quay has been sold at auction for almost $3 million, setting a national price per square metre record. A private investor from Melbourne, who beat 6 other bidders, liked the idea of owning a store near the Opera House. Real estate agent Andrew Vines conducted the sale of the 16 square metre property.
The price per square metre is $185,000. It was obviously really great.
This is what the Premier is keeping an eye on. There was a spike in hospitalisations in the latest reporting period, up 29 to...
Result, I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more.
The All Ords is up 74 at 7,639. The dollar is worth 72.1 US cents, 57.4 British pence, and 10,400 rupiah.
Sport at home. At work, on holiday.
Dodgy though, is it? That's going for the good stuff. Like, in consultation with the industry. I used to nick 2-minute noodles, sprinkle on the flavour and eat them dry. My kids eat them dry. They don't have to nick them. Go for it, kids, I say. Mick, Andrew. Fleetwood. The reaction from the Australian Livestock Exporters Council CEO Mark Harvey-Sutton, speaking on the Country Hour a little earlier.
I think it's ill-founded in some respects. There's many reasons that livestock volumes change over time, and it's market forces, price, supply, all those sort of things. So I think
Radio, bushfire information.
Wilkerson Way.
Hey, 6PR is always there, wherever you are.
The Dockers have made 6 changes for tomorrow's clash with North Melbourne. Rory Lobb, Travis Collier.
Now, the Bushfire Watch and Act in the southern parts of Withers in the city of Bunbury is still in place. It's for people in an area bounded by Sweeting Way, to the west, Wilkerson Way to the north, Bustle Highway to the east, and Washington Avenue to the south. In the southern parts of Withers in the city of Bunbury, there is a possible threat to lives and homes as a fire is approaching the area, and conditions
the requirements of the buyer.
Okay.
And so I believe that if the longer we stay in it, the better the welfare.
News, Andrew, at 6.
Thank you.
Radio
And get a sense of the feeling. 0448. 9.8% of sheep, 38% more. The left would focus on real problems. Another Rights Live export is meeting all the requirements that keep being put in it. Around the phasing out of live sheep exports. Charlie says, Labor have my vote. Read the live sheep trade. At least our consciences will be clear regardless of other countries' actions. Right, Charlie. Dexter says sheep.
And breaking Federer's record, and it's absolutely marvellous. Good on her.
Yeah, so put it in the diary. So 2 weekends. So what is it? 16 days from now. 16, 17 days if her arm can be twisted. Get yourself to Albany and give her a warm welcome.
Unfortunately, yep, those winds will much of the state. We've got a big high to the south of the state, so that's directing.
And on election night, or instructively
Tender. We'll speak to
Good evening. This is ABC News with Jonathan Beale. WA's Premier Mark McGowan says he expects the number of COVID-19 cases in the state will bounce around a bit but remain relatively steady. The state has
again until the 18th of November of this year.
At the end of March 2021, figures from the Department of Communities show applicants were waiting an average of 107.
They have 6 months now to respond. There is a lot to consider
Speaking to us here on Australia Wide.
Thanks, Alex.
You're listening to Australia Wide. On ABC Radio.
And you are with me, Alex Hyman, in for Sinead Mangan. It's great to have your company. The wait time for public housing in the Pilbara, like much of WA, is more than 2 years. In time with me, Alex Hyman, in for Sinead Mangan. It's great to have your company. The wait time for public housing in the Pilbara, like much of WA, is more than 2 years. In the last year, families have found themselves on that list for the first time after being priced out of their rental. One such family in Port Hedland recently had a roof over their heads for the first time in months when they contracted COVID and were placed in isolation accommodation. They're now sleeping in a tent again while they wait to progress up the queue for social housing. Pilbara reporter Samantha Girling has the story.
I never thought that my children would be living in poverty. I never thought that my children would be living in poverty. It's stressful because I can't give my children and provide them the proper shelter.
That was Zakisha. She's living in a tent on the outskirts of Port Hedland. She's living in a tent on the outskirts of Port Hedland and West. That was Zakisha. She's living in a tent on the outskirts of Port Hedland in Western Australia's Pilbara region with her partner and 3 children under the age of 10.
It is extremely hard to live without a roof over your head, and especially in the Pilbara with the scorching heat. And if you do sleep on the outskirts of Hedland like I do, it is a very rough weather conditions. You get dust storms, and they're very rough. They do pick your tent up a bit, and the sand do sting your eyes, and the children screams, and yeah, you don't want them to be frightened, so you try and protect them as much as you can.
Zakisha and her family lost their private rental in July 2021 when they were unable to keep pace with steep rental increases. Kelly Howlett, the CEO of Bloodwood Tree Association, which offers homelessness support services in Port Hedland, says it's a Bloodwood Tree Association, which offers homelessness. Kelly Howlett, the CEO of Bloodwood Tree Association, which offers homelessness support services in Port Hedland, says it's a pressure many families have been experiencing.
It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's not, within the realms of anyone, within the realms of anyone who doesn't get paid company housing support.
The average weekly rental price for a house in Port Hedland, home to the world's largest bulk export port, jumped more than 40% in the year to the end of March. Louise Giolito, the Chief Executive Officer of the West Australian Council of Social Service, says it's a story she's seen mirrored much more widely.
We were really supportive of the rental moratorium, but as soon as that was lifted, and the rental prices shot up. We've heard many stories of people being priced out of their private rental market.
After 15 unsuccessful applications for other rentals, Zakisha says she applied for public housing.
I started to go to Homes West but unfortunately they told me that my 3-year waiting list does not begin until the 18th of November. Until the 18th of November of this year.
At the end of March 2021, figures from the Department of Communities At the end of March 2021, figures from the at the end of March 2021, figures from the Department of Communities show applicants were waiting an average of 107 weeks in the Pilbara and 112 weeks statewide. Director Service Design and Operational Improvement Steve Andre says factors Steve improvement Steve Andre says factors improvement statewide. Director Service Design and Operational Improvement Steve Andre says factors influencing the wait time include the area in which the housing is being sought, turnover of properties, the type of accommodation required, and the number of people on the list. For Sakisha, the prospect of waiting another 3 years in a tent is difficult to face.
We'll freaking die out in the bush if we last till the 18th of November of this year.
At the end of March 2021, Director Service Design and Operational Improvement Steve Andre says factors influencing the wait time include the area in which the housing is being sought, turnover of properties, the type of accommodation required, and the number of people on the list. For Sakisha, the prospect of waiting another 3 years in a tent is difficult to face.
We'll freaking die out in the bush if we last 3 years waiting for a house. It's affecting me in the last 11.
Housing stock.
This has been extremely a lot of wait.
Louise Giolito says there's simply not enough public housing stock.
This has been a growing problem for many, many years.
Properties have been added to the public housing stock in the Pilbara, and a further 27 are under construction or under contract in the region. In April, Sakisha and her family contracted COVID and were placed in emergency housing while they isolated.
Since I've been coming into town and trying to get social's attention to get me a place, I guess my son caught COVID that way. This is the only way we could get a place to quarantine in. And this is a domestic violence emergency house. Can't they let me have it temporarily until a permanent house comes up?
Of the 1,388 public housing properties in the Pilbara, at the end of March, 164 were vacant, or more than 11%. The spokesperson from the Department of Communities said at any given time there will always be a small percentage of homes vacant, including homes in need of maintenance prior to being re-let, homes already offered to applicants on the wait list and awaiting acceptance, and homes allocated to new tenants and awaiting occupation. Sakisha believes the house had been vacant. Says WACOS is calling for an increase in Commonwealth rent assistance to relieve the number of people needing to access social housing.
There will always be low-income households.
Listening to us.
Tomorrow. In Perth, Julian Vicentini, 9 News.
Waffle says the proposed post Waffle says the proposed postponed match between West Coast and East Fremantle will go ahead in the bye round on Saturday the 14th. The Eagles had to pull out because they don't have the required 18 players to name a team. The game was due to be played at the Wacker, the first football match there since the first football match there since 1994. It'll be played at East Fremantle Oval instead. It'll be played at East Fremantle Oval instead. It's 5:05. That's the latest. US cents, 68.1 euro cents and 10,400 rupiah.
Sport. Take 6PR with you.